time. Don't be married to a coin. And that's true too. I was playing River, and wow, was it exciting, and it was so great. Uh, and once that move played out, it it dropped like a rock. I mean, it was like a waterfall, like a river down.
Here's your sign.
Yeah, whoa, boy. And it flushed like crazy. So, once that spigot gets turned on, you better know stop. Because if not, it's just gonna cremate you. I mean, just tear you up.
Slippage on those like really low cap coins must be really bad, right?
Hmm. I mean,
And
it can
that's
be
what.
so profitable, but you cannot get greedy, because there's going to come a time when it's just going to say, "Whoops, I've had enough," and then the cells come in like crazy.
Is it easy to limit out of them?
Not necessarily. And I think I was mentioning that yesterday. Maybe it wasn't in here, but I during that big sell-off time, I was in a Bitcoin long, and I wanted to exit, and I wanted to exit quickly before my stop loss, because I knew it was going to go at least to the stop loss, right? So I wanted to market sell out. At that point, I didn't care about the slippage. The it would not it would not let me sell my coins or my positions even on market. So
Oh,
still in those trades, yeah. There was
you on
so much.
Blowfin?
No, it was on BTCC. That's never happened to me before.
Yeah,
So,
yesterday was weird.
yeah,
Happened to me on Blowfin, and I've never had that issue before either. Sorry,
I
continue.
mean,
It's just
no, it's
same
okay.
scenario.
I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad we talked about this, because that was a very scary thing. And then I remember saying to myself, I'm going to make sure that when I know that there's a volatile spot coming up, that I sell quicker than waiting for that line. I'm going to do it beforehand, because wow, it, you know, I could have saved myself a lot of money. I lost like $200 when I could have, limited it, just if they had just sold it when I asked it to.
Yeah, I had that happen on Kraken as well. Like I tried closing positions and it just wouldn't close.
Hmm.
Then it just says, "Oh, the position doesn't exist," but I can see my position going up and down. I was like, "What do you mean it
Yeah.
doesn't exist?"
Yep. It's
Um,
like it's a spinning thing, like you're waiting for the internet, to what do you call it?
Yeah,
When
I was refreshing my phone, refreshing the computer, nothing. It's still my position was still there. I can't close my position.
Yep.
BJ, have you used the like USDTM?
USDTM.
You or you like USDT dash M?
No. What
Uh,
does that do?
okay, so I could be wrong about this. I had seen it, but are you? Well, I guess it's on mine anyway. It's USDC, but I believe AION was talking about it the other day, and I believe the way that I understood it, which made sense, was basically whenever you like sell out of your position, instead of like selling your position into USDT or into cash or whatever, it like sells your position into and buys into Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Well,
So a moment like that makes me wonder if 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 we would have less slippage potentially trading against a Bitcoin pair, or either if we would have those issues exiting a position if it's traded into Bitcoin, which they would want those buys into Bitcoin if there's that much
I
downside.
see. Well, I certainly would look more into that. I maybe she can explain it further, because I wasn't listening to if she was talking about it yesterday. I didn't hear.
I think it was
Um,
a couple ago. Yeah. Which I'm just thinking about it now because of the specific issues we were just talking about.
Mhm.
But in general, my understanding is that all your trades are just essentially over in a Bitcoin pair. So whenever you get out of something, it just like goes into Bitcoin, which to me actually makes perfect sense. It's like, dang, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
At least
Well,
have the
I
option.
know there's Coin M, where you're trading Bitcoin and using Bitcoin, not and so you own the coin. You're not trading it on a contract. So that's something to think about too. That if you want to, like you can trade
Right. I see what
XRP
you're
on
saying.
Coin M and other things. That's where you know you the asset and not converted into a contract.
Yeah, I see that now. So the US, the coin M is what you said, but if it at least on Blowfin anyway, USDCM is I believe like the same thing, but just perpetual futures.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, so check that out and see if
I don't
that
know.
is
Yeah, I gotta look into it
that's a
now, honestly.
strategy, yeah.
Hmm.
So another thing is, does anybody have a strategy that they use for compounding, where you're not always trying to use leverage? So, or use a very low leverage to make your like one type of trade, and then do your accelerated buys on leverage when you see a nice setup, and then like on weekly, um, on a day of the week, every week, you would take your percentage of your accelerated earnings profit and put it into that original low leverage or spot bag. Is there anybody that does that to try to help them compound?
No, I need to though.
I've
I'm
tried a few things unsuccessfully.
I'm always all in, and then hopefully that goes up, and then that compounds will compound on my next trade.
So I think that it is very good idea to have a system that you use, because when you are consistent with a pattern or a process, just like in a business, you tend to you're able to track your success, and you're able to feel success more completely than if you're just kind of winging it week to week. If you can structure yourself a process by which you say, I'm gonna make $10, and I'm gonna keep those every time I make $10, I'm gonna pop it over here, and then have a way to keep that $10 and $10 and $10 growing, then you're ahead of the game. But if you keep, let's say you lose a trade, then you do another trade, you lose that trade. Now all of a sudden you're down, um, significantly. Once you start losing 3 trades in a row, you have to almost win 6 of them just to get back to even, right? So I think if we had a system where you only use leverage for the type of trades that are on the edges, where from here to here, like we got that big nice trade today, and then be done with leverage until you see another one that comes up that's like that. But trying to play the long game on leverage is, in this type of environment, is getting more and more difficult, as we've talked about several times now. You're just really not able to hold a trade very long.
Yeah, I don't like holding trades longer than me sitting at the computer. If I leave a trade running while I'm sleeping, I can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard you the other night. You closed out of whatever trade that was because you had to go to bed. I was
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
thinking, I'm like, dude, good for you, brother. Like, I wanted to like shake your hand and pat you on the back.
I can't. I've done it before, and I literally couldn't sleep. Like this cycle has just like, if I'm in a trade, if I'm in a coin, I can't sleep.
I don't have access to use stop losses, so I don't really have a choice. I can't go to bed with a trade open.
Maybe if I had a stop loss in profit and then like decently in profit, and then we were far away from it, then maybe. But even then, I've learnt my lesson.
Having a stop loss in profit is like gold, really. That should be the your objective on every trade you take, is that you know where you're going to be able to have a stop loss in profit, because the market can whip you around, and uh, and then you're in a negative trade. So if you can always at least pay for your trade for the fees, and pay yourself for the time that you were right about that trade, so pay yourself for that trade, and then whatever's left is cream on the is icing on the cake. So that should be your goal on every trade you take, that if you can't see a way to at least pay for the fees, they're expensive. Opening and closing a trade is not cheap. Especially if you're using a larger amount of money and you're in a bigger position, it can be $200 to open and close a trade, just the process of doing that.
Yeah.
And then you have got to make enough to make that whole trade worth it.
It's like recently when we had that massive dump. I think it was like mid-Jan, nearly end of Jan, when we had a massive jump, and I got in I got in at the bottom, left the trade running, woke up, and I was below. We were below it again. I was like, how did that happen? I
Yeah.
was so confident that trade was like really good, and then we're gonna climb from here. And then that day we swung up and down, up and down, up and down like 3 or 4 times, below and up and down. Yeah.
Another thing that helps me is using a trading calculator, and every exchange have one where you can enter in, the position size, the amount of capital that you have, and it help you figure out what price it has to reach in order to make X amount of profit. You can either enter it in as a dollar amount or as in a percentage. Like if you want 100% profit, you put it there, and then it'll tell you what does it have to meet. Then you decide, okay, does this trade have the ability with at least an 80% chance of making that scenario? And you find your liquidation price, the whole 9 yards. And then you also have to see how much would you lose if it went against you and hit your stop loss, how much you're willing. And by doing that, you actually see ahead of time, before you take the trade, how how likely it is and how much you would gain from doing it in the first place. And I think that it becomes more of a business mindset than versus a crapshoot. Um, I'm not saying that trading is gambling, don't get me wrong, but there are instances when trading is gambling, and you want to limit that.
Trading feels like gambling.
You can do that on the exchange. So on my
Yes.
exchange, on the take profit and stop loss, take profit, there's a drop down. Instead of price, you do ROE, and then it's just percentages. So I normally do 50% and a stop loss at 10%,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just set up automatically for me. Then
Isn't that nice? And do you find that it helps keep you in guardrails, so that that the trade becomes more of a mechanical thing rather than an emotional thing?
taking profits is still my biggest issue.
And it's an issue because of what? Because you feel like it should extend further, or because you don't want to lose your entry?
Both.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the best entry I've ever had on Sol, which was $12. I bought the low,
Uh-huh.
and then cause I thought it was going to go back down again, I closed it out. So that's annoying as hell. But I made $150 profit. So
Well, so there you go. That was good. But I understand exactly where you're coming from when you got that really nice entry and your mind tells you, oh, if I can ride 80,900 all the way up to, 102, wow, what a trade that is, right? And believe me, we all want to have that. But it just seems that we have so much of this. And so then you're saying to yourself, okay, well, if I close out part of it and then I add more here, is it better to close out the whole trade and then just not worry about what my entry price was? Because
Great
yeah,
point. I think about that all the time. And that actually goes to what I was talking about of always thought it was about entry, and then like for me at least personally, which don't get me wrong, like entry makes all the difference in the world, but uh if your entry doesn't necessarily matter if you are able to get out. And that might be that your stop loss is at entry. That might be that your stop loss is right below entry, stop loss and profit, or you just have a take profit hit. But I think that psychologically, it would be better to completely close the trade and open another one. At least for me, I think that psychologically that would be better, because then as that trade goes on, you're thinking about your entry price, and then now you bought back in and it brought your average up, and then now all these other things are in your head, and to me it's just easier if I'm in, I'm out. I'm in, I'm out.
and does that really matter, right? In the long run, does it really matter what your entry price was? No. What matters is how much did you gain? Did you get 2 times your
Right.
money? If you got 2 times your money, who the heck cares if it was at 84,000 or if it was at 102? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
And who cares what the coin is?
Right.
you know
Right. I mean, if the name of the game is to, now it's a whole different thing if you're trying to accumulate an asset, and
right.
that is a whole different situation. If your goal is to accumulate Bitcoin, then you want to buy low, sell high, and then buy lower than you sold, and then keep that process going over and over and over again. So that's different. But not if you're just trying to win a trade, because the goal there is to come out of it more than you put in with profits, and then not lose that profit. You want to keep it.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's actually the best thing for me too about trading, literally just a chart. Don't even necessarily like know what the coin is, make up your mind. Um, because at that point there's no conviction in the coin, in the developers, in the this or the that or market or whatever. It's all about the chart.
Yeah, I have no conviction in any of them. They all feel like they're just like liquidity hunting.
Bitcoin's going to have to do something here shortly. It's held its uptrend line. And I guess
I don't
go
think
ahead.
it's going to do anything. I think this weekend's going to be not until Sunday anyway.
Oh, well, I'm just saying that we have an uptrend line and a downtrend line right now that are meeting. So something is about to happen. I'm not saying it's going to be one way or the other, but
Oh yeah, you drew it as well. The triangle, the point.
Hell yeah, cuz.
Yeah, I've got it there as
Yeah,
well.
dude, I need to know if I need to get in or get out.
I'm going to be back in just a little bit. I have to take care of some things and get stretch and all that stuff.
Been good to hear from you, VJ.
Oh, it's good to
Yeah.
hear all of you.
I do think like exchanges shouldn't be able to see your stop losses and take profits. Because you know sometimes I'll delete my stop loss just and because you can see them chasing you, and as soon as you delete it, the price reverses.
Yeah, no, there are definitely. I mean, it's built in to the system, right? Because the system, if you notice, it says if you have forced liquidation, the computer does it. So, the computer has a brain. It knows where your entry is and where your stop loss is and all that. Because when you set up your trade, it gives you that forced liquidation price. So, it already knows that if you come down to that spot, it's going to close you out, whether you like it or not. So it's up to you to manage that away from where that might be. And so I understand what you mean. But
Also, when
people get clustered in these different entry points and exit points. That's why you see the slopes that you do.
and also when you're trying to limit out, it will try and avoid you. So you have to put your limit like in between a cluster of liquidations or in the middle of a vector or something where you know it's going to try
Yes,
and fill it. Yeah.
you do. You want to do it during this where you would see a natural slow time, right? I can remember Drew saying this all the time before. Is that I want to sneak in there ahead of time so that I can get my limit order. Um, and that is a good advice because um, depends on you're in a line. When you put in an order, you're in a line behind whoever's put theirs in ahead of you.
Yesterday on Bitcoin, and this doesn't happen all that often, but it happens frequent enough and it's consistent enough to where like I basically just like treat it as a rule now. But yesterday, Bitcoin stopped like $5 above my stop loss, and it basically reversed $5 above my stop loss after a hard down. And
Mhm.
so with it doing that, it tells me, okay, we're gonna have a relief rally here. I need to get out, and I probably gonna need to short this thing. I don't short, but so I didn't, but I should have. And then that's whenever it essentially dropped from. So I think I was at like 83. I had one at like 83,342 or something, and it didn't hit it. And so 83.3 is basically where my stop was, but it came back. The relief rally pushed it back up to 84.7. So it gave me confidence that I'm going to take a loss, but I'm going to see a rally here and I'm going to have better entry points. And then actually earlier I had a Bitcoin within the past like 3 hours. I had a Bitcoin limit order set for 83,840 something, and it came like $20 from it. Um, and that's actually kind of why I felt like we were about to be bullish here, to be honest with you. That was, yeah, that's why I feel the way that I do about what is happening at the current moment.
Why don't you short?
Um, I do occasionally. I mean, like I just don't look at the charts that way. And I mean, I get it all. Don't get me wrong. I could look at the charts that way. I'm probably going to start shortening stuff. I used to just have that point of view, but now it's like, okay, I can ride it up and down, but I kind of like looking for like just bottoming structure in general.
So there's nothing wrong with that. I'm more of a long type of a trader. I like shorts, but and I certainly know where they're going to come
Hmm.
or where those spots are. But I do enjoy a long trade. It just psychologically, I don't know what it is about it, but
Maybe short trades should be long trades and long trades should be short trades.
yeah, all I know is um I I think it's just the challenge of it or something. I don't know, but it just feels different to trade on an upward trajectory than it is to feel like you're in a knife. Although, you know, the profits on a short trade can be extremely exciting because it happens very fast usually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
I,
Like,
I don't like long trades because they're very slow. With a short, they're very quick normally.
Yep. So I hear you with that. That's for sure.
if you go
And
short, you find out quickly if you're wrong or not.
yep, you do.
Also, you know that issue I had with holding on to trades. I shorted the top of this, but because I can't hold on to a trade, I've already taken profits, and I wanted to hold it for because I know we're going down. Well, we're most likely going down. I wanted to hold it, but I can't.
Anything's better than losing money, brother.
That is
Why don't
that is the thing with the shorts, though. I agree with you. Is that you're feeling like at any time it's gonna start reversing on me, and I'm gonna yeah.
Yeah, you never know. You wake up and it's like, what happened here? But I have to remind myself we're at the end of a cycle. We're done now, right? Really?
So why don't you just leave a runner, like 5%, a little
I
5%?
should. I really should. I can't for some reason.
It's so I'm not good at the runners because I see how much it's up and it's like I want to add to that position. That's what that like psychologically that's my issue with runners. It's
I don't
not
like
good at
adding.
me.
I'd rather take the profit and then if it comes back, I'll take another short maybe. But I can't leave a runner. I really should, but I don't know how to. Also, on my exchange, if I've already taken a trade, say I've taken a short, I can't take a long. I can only do one or the other
What exchange you on?
on Kraken. So I don't have access to futures. I can only do like leverage spot,
Which country are you in?
the UK.
You should probably do. Let me see.
What is
Fun.
all right?
Which exchange did you say?
BitUnix with a VPN. I think.
Oh, just see if it's already hard enough in the UK as it is. I feel like if I use the VPN and start trading, they'll have an excuse not to pay me out. We already have to answer like a million questions in the UK before you're allowed to use the exchange.
Whoa. I forgot that was a thing. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Mexi, there you go. There's another guy in chat from the UK, and he says it works great. I use Mexi too.
I've got like WeX and stuff, but then again, I don't trust them. I wouldn't put any decent amount of money onto that exchange.
Hey, you guys were just talking about like leaving runners and stuff. I've been working with ChatGPT, trying to write like a Python program to connect to your exchange, like using your API keys, and have it calculate entries, exits, and all that stuff for you. And then instead of like you'll tell it your position size and your entry and like where your targets are, and I'm trying to get it to calculate like the optimal percentage of like at this level take 50% profit, at this level take another 5%, and uh, basically trying to make like a automated exiting bot that, you know, once you put in your levels that you want, it'll like automatically take a certain amount, guarantee you some profit, and then leave runners for you. But the Antarctic exchange that I'm with right now, it's like really slow and buggy, and their API kind of sucks. So I think I'm gonna switch over to Blowfin and try to write it for that program. But I don't know yet. I'm still working on it.
I'm using Maxi and I only have a small amount on the exchange. So yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of money on it. But yeah,
What leveraging can you do on Maxi? Is it like 400x?
it depends on the coin. I've seen 500, but Bitcoin and Solana has 200 at the moment.
Because on Kraken, I'm just limited to 10x.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, it probably is. But sometimes, you know, when you know you've got a good entry, I wish you could have added a little bit more leverage to it.
I would open up a Maxi account and just give it a spin.
Yeah, I probably will. I'll do that now, actually. Anyone got a referral code?
Personally, what I do is I make an account, like maybe load some money onto it, just a little bit, and then create another account. And then the second account you create on the site, use the first account's referral code.
Oh, okay.
Them loopholes, man. That's cool.
I just posted one in the chat if you want it. It's 125CAX. Don't have to use it. I don't mind. It's up to you.
Well, you could always use that one for the first account because the first account doesn't have one. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you'll make the most money for yourself by like doing it that way, but I guess there is always the money, the free money that moves to the account. You know, whenever you trade that money on that account, if you choose to do it that way, which I like to do that because I'll like use one for like shorts and like one for longs, which I know I don't open shorts, but like if I'm like potentially hedging along. Anyway,
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Have one exchange where I'm hedging another.
now that it's not financial advice. I'm just saying that, and dude, it can get tricky, and then it's just like more things you have to do, and you can't be logged into both accounts on your phone at the same time, and all kinds of stuff. So I mean, like, it's not the grass ain't always greener, but yeah. Whenever I take like if like I take a big loss, then my other account is like it I mean it's kind of nice. You get, because you get like I can think you can get like 50% of the trading fees back. So at least you get like 50% of the trading fees back that a loss cost you or whatever.
What are the fees on Maxi like?
I have no idea. I don't have Mexi. I didn't even know which exchange y'all were talking about, to be honest with you.
I trade Solana and it has 0 fees. So I don't know.
You have to do KYC and all that stuff on it.
Yeah, you do have to be KYC. That's probably
That's
the
why
only.
I'm not sure if having 2 accounts would work, because you'd have to KYC on both of them, and then you.
Well, Blofin doesn't make you KYC.
Yeah, it would work on Blofin, but not on
That
Mexi.
Okay, I didn't know which exchange they were talking about.
I love Blofin.
To be fair,
I miss Mexi though. Mexi was great.
why even use a KYC exchange when you can just use a non KYC and avoid a whole bunch of issues?
Well, Mexi is worth it because the fees are so low, and you can get into a trade and put your stop loss like a millimeter above your entry and still not lose money.
Yep.
Takes a lot of courage to stay on there, not worry about your money being locked up. If you're United States, I mean.
Right, because they have that thing where you can't use VPNs, right? Or else you're like violating their terms of use or something.
goodness gracious.
Yeah, I don't know. Ever since I had to leave it, I don't know. I mean, you used to be able to, but
I got off there 2 years ago and yeah. Didn't look back.
I thought the U.S. Was supposed to be pro crypto. Why can't you use leverage in the U.S.?
You can on certain exchanges. I just don't like the fees on exchanges, so I don't use any centralized exchanges. And all the ones that have low fees are all basically not in the United States. So yeah, I just don't use exchanges.
Use
Blufin's
Texas.
not too bad. It's pretty
Is that right?
reasonable.
Is that US based?
Yes. Well, I mean, you can use it if you're in the US.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like Blofin.
I didn't
I've
know
used it
that.
a few times.
Thank
Also,
you.
Antarctic is a good one you can use in the U.S.
I can't download the Mexi app in my country.
Isn't that decentralized? Arctic?
I have no idea, man. I just know that Jason Casper was
Yeah,
shilling it.
Jay's, yeah. Or not his, but the one he was advertising.
I tried it out. That's what I'm trading on now is Antarctic. The only
But you have-
issues I've had with it is that it's kind of slow on the web browser, but on the app it's like really fast. I don't know what's up with that, but I have to use the app instead of the web browser because the web browser constantly freezes.
Find that a little bit with Mexi as well.
Something you can do that'll help with the freezing on your desktop is if you change from order book to trade history. Trade history takes up a lot less resources. That order book's constantly going.
Yeah, thank you so much for that tip. I've been
I'll show
meaning
you
to tell
about it
you.
and it worked.
Oh my God, I've been meaning to tell you thank you. Thank you. Like,
Oh, you're welcome. It just occurred to me last week, and
really?
it's not changing. Yeah, just
I'm
last
about to
week.
try that right now.
Oh, dude,
And then, I mean,
it's
sometimes the page will reset itself, like if you haven't checked on it for a while. And so you'd have to make sure that it stays on it. Like if I have like 6 screens open, 6 tabs, and it's like this stuff's going down, you have to keep your eye on it. I'm constantly just making sure that each tab's not constantly, but regularly making sure that I click on each tab so it doesn't go to sleep and then reset to.
you can click between them. Like
What do you mean?
you don't need to have like you can only use one tab and see all the charts and stuff. Like
Yeah, but
whenever
time for
go-
the page.
I've I think that if here's what I would recommend personally is that it works best for me because I'm a tab person too. Don't get me wrong. Like I do whenever I have the tabs closed out. Whenever I'm just like managing accounts, or like if I have like 10 trades open, and I'm just want to check on them. Like I'll refresh the page, change it to like trade history, and then click through the charts or whatever. And it goes pretty quick if I'm just doing it that way. Now, if I need it to be live because that's how I'm managing that trade, then yeah, I'm definitely using a tab. But I don't know. Like you can click on the name of it in the like where your position is or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, that
yeah.
would work sometimes, but have you ever been waiting for like, say you have four things you want to get into, and you're just waiting for them to come to you, but you
Oh
have
yeah.
everything all ready to go so that you can just click, buy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
exactly. See,
that's why I have tabs open too. Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
For
yeah,
sure.
just checking on them. You're right. I probably should do that more often.
It just kind of helps. Like I feel like it makes everything kind of like run better overall.
For sure, especially if you don't have many resources for your memory.
I mean,
And clearing the cache every once in a while helps too, but it doesn't help as much as it should.
yeah. But like with trading view running and then the other stuff on your computer running, and then it's just like a lot.
Yeah.
I always thought the Antarctic website was just super buggy. Like I always get the page unresponsive, please wait or exit page. Like it's constantly happening until I just tried using the app and the app just works.
Yeah, I do that too. Whenever I can't get stuff to load, or yeah, I use the app. The app is better.
Like I did what you guys said right now, changing over to the trade history instead of the order book, and I mean this thing still sucks. Which makes
Well,
me want to switch back to Blowfin.
try closing out your browser and reopening it because that'll clear everything. Because I mean, you're still kind of bogged down by whatever was coming through in the order history before you switch tabs. You're gonna have to do it right when you start it up.
Yeah, MXC is not really UK friendly either. You can't really deposit funds onto it. Have to do it through like USDT or something.
You've already got an exchange, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just thought I'd quickly do.
I still go through my local exchange to get to MXC.
That's how I was putting money on to WeX as well through this exchange. So money here, money there.
What a week. What a couple days.
I think we're coming down.
Yeah, Bitcoin broke downwards out of that wedge. Does anyone else use the order bubbles on the Leviathan indicator to take trades? Like these last few days, I found it's been quite good actually. So as soon as you get a bunch of like market
Wh-
sells,
wh-
people shorting, you know it's going to go the opposite way.
Which indicator?
You know the liquidations by Leviathan.
Yeah.
Dbloc
And-
doesn't have his market bubbles on.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah. So when you get like a bunch of sell bubbles, that's normally a good indicator that price is going to reverse from there. Because it's going to try and wreck those shorts that just took it at the bottom.
Interesting.
Doesn't always work when there's like fast movements because there's people buying all the way up until it gets to the top.
Are you still thinking we dump from here, BJ?
I think she wanted to go do some stuff, but she might be on.
I'm here, and yeah, the longer we drift, the more likely. However, there's not much underneath us here at the moment. But I just had those bubbles on, like you were talking about. Let me see if I can get it back.
It's good, even if you look at it through the previous history, you can see like they top out the green bubbles, like the market buys, people longing the tops.
Yep,
Usually where it reverse from.
right here. There we go.
You're saying the market order bubbles or the liquidation bubbles?
These bubbles are the market orders. I have to turn my mic off, sorry.
So I used to have them off, but recently I've had them on and they're quite good. They're quite good indicators.
There goes some bubbles popping up right now.
Had a bunch of red sell orders right at the bottom there. It farmed all the selling, and now it's just gone back up the record.
That's kind of funny. People just buying tops and bottoms.
Yeah, I know. And when these bubbles show up, they're normally fairly big orders as well.
See this spiking up to take the liquidity and then just rolling straight over.
Now, normally it will just keep pumping until people start putting in long orders up here, and then it will start reversing again.
Now I know why it feels like when I open a trade, the market goes completely the opposite way.
Yeah, so you kind of have to do opposite to what all these people are doing, and that works out okay most of the time. then sometimes it's short-lived because then the move will just be like very small from people longing to people shorting, and then it's like, what you do? You have to be in and out quite quickly.
BJ's busting out the Fibonacci golden spirals.
XRP's moving a little bit here.
Oh yeah, Sui's pumping as well. And Sui has some resistance here. I wonder if he'll break it this time.
The suspense on this little trend line triangle is killing me.
I don't know why this week I'm expecting movement, because normally the weekend comes, turn the computer off, and price is normally the same anyway when I get back to it.
It's the weekly candle close. If
And
we
the
move,
whole government shutdown deal, all the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There's just a lot of stuff brewing right now.
Don't
If we
forget,
don't
it's
move,
a monthly and a 3-month too.
Oh, is it 3 months as
yeah,
well?
if we don't move up, we're kind of screwed for the rest of this run.
Hey, where the bulls at?
For some reason, I feel like we're screwed already.
I heard that.
Not until the weekly candle close.
Remember that, boys. This is that hooligan.
So that's why I'm hoping for, like a nice little pump just to get like a little short in, and then hopefully I'll be able to hold it. But yeah,
I don't know, dude. I think we all just turned bullish.
I just want to see a fake out on Sunday, big fake out to the top, and then Monday open. I reckon we're going to dump again when CME opens, just like we did what was it, a couple of weeks ago, something like that. Because we're under the 2-week 50, aren't we? So
For now.
Well, we haven't closed up, right?
yeah. I've lost faith.
Oh, no, brother.
Check out my ringtone.
Can't hear it. The noise cancelling's on.
Are you
To
sure it's
turn
not
noise
copy?
cancellation off. Yeah, what he was about to say, copyright infringement.
Yo, word to the wise.
Word.
I like second guess myself right there before. But sometimes you just stand on principle.
Tried that in
Can
school
take-
and I got in trouble.
For what?
Standing on the principle.
Nice.
I'm just kidding. It never happens.
That's funny.
How do you stand on the principle?
Some lady was just trying to sell me her big old terabyte storage. I'm like, nah, lady, I don't need that.
I wonder if people trade with like VR glasses as well.
That would be interesting.
I think you could have like as many screens as you want, right?
I was looking at some on Amazon. I forget what they're called. I think they were the XR or something like that. But it's like a 120-inch display in your eyeballs, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was looking at some from China. There's like some Chinese companies that make some decent ones apparently. I was gonna order some, but I'm not sure yet.
I wouldn't trust it personally.
Either that or the Meta ones are really expensive. I think they're like $1,000 or something.
Yeah, but it's meta, and they're like, you like gotta sell them your soul and give them all your privacy and all that stuff, and it's like, nah.
Yeah, but that's the thing about like a lot of Chinese products that like hook up to computers and phones and stuff is that they do the same thing. We just don't know they're stealing it from us. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah, don't they have that spy agency or the government spy agency called Tencent or something? They own like 50% of most US companies where they like gather all your information or something like that.
I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
All the companies are doing it, every single one. So
That's exactly why I'm a big fan of free and open source alternatives to like a lot of the things we use. Nest cameras are a big one for me too. If you got Nest cameras in your house, you're being spied on.
Oh, bro, you're screwed.
really, yeah, I don't have any of that.
It's also a safety thing, though. So it's like, you know.
If Sui pumps now after I close my trade, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
Oh, you closed your trade? Yeah, time to go long.
I took a little long because thinking we'll pump before CME closes or the daily close, and that wasn't happening, so I just closed it.
What was your entry?
On Sui, it was like 126, 1267.
Oh, wow. Nice. I didn't close mine. I'm in like 1268.
It was getting up to the top and rejecting and rejecting and rejecting. I was like, oh, I'm not doing this, not tonight.
Yeah. The 13's coming up to the 50 on the 5.
Yeah, looking at it. Yeah,
And if that 13 could break that 50 right here, it would probably sweep that liquidity above it, honestly.
what got me thinking that we might do it is Bitcoin was breaking the 13 on the 15, 13 over the 50 on the 15-minute, but then that was like a fake out. Actually, no, we're well above the 50 on the 15-minute.
Wow. Whoa.
You see, this is what Sui was doing. It was getting there, making you think it's gonna just push off now and then back again.
Nice.
Normal weekend trap.
Wow.
Is this the breakdown for Bitcoin?
It should sweep
Ah,
the other way first.
See, what I don't think Bitcoin's gonna do. You see all those shorts that opened up. I don't think it's gonna go past them very far.
I mean, we're right in the middle of the weekend trap.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why we're expecting any big movements really.
Well, we didn't set the trap longs, and Dbloc said that that's usually like an unstable weekend trap that could go either way.
Yeah.
I think we're anticipating a move because we're like in this little triangle shape.
I'm trying to see if we did set trap longs earlier on in the week, maybe.
Might have just been that 84.5.
That's a double top as well, the 84.5. Near enough.
It'd be nice to get dominance to break down here. What is ETH doing?
That's one of the main things I changed to Dbloc's chart for, to check what dominance is today.
Yeah, dude. Like, I love having this screen up with, like, on my iPad on Discord and having the ticker tape, the chart, and dominance, like, on my iPad right in front of me. Like,
Yeah, it is helpful.
it's so solid.
How do you correlate the relationship between the dominance and Bitcoin's price action?
Usually when it's
Uh,
down and Bitcoin's pumping, you know your alt's gonna pump a little bit as well.
I pay attention to it mainly for alts. I don't really um think about it in terms of what it means against Bitcoin itself.
I see.
All right.
Because we have trapped a fair few longs right at the top here. With spike, we trap longs. I don't know if it's the type of trap that they normally wanted, but people are trapped.
You talking about those bubbles?
Yeah, the bubbles, yeah. They're like big market order longs.
Still had a bit of a correction.
BJ's Bollinger Bands are contracting. Doesn't that mean that a move is coming soon?
It does. The thing is that there's really no clear. look here, we can get support underneath here and try to move up to 84.9, or we can fall right, just roll over the edge, fall down here and come back down to this liquidity pool down here, 81. It's just, we're in a difficult spot. I don't know how else to.
Yeah, because the Bollinger Bands don't give you a direction; they just give you like an indication that some sort of move is coming, right?
Yeah, there's compression, but look on a small one. See how compressed we are? And this orange line is the 50 MA, but down here is the 200. And with everything up over the top, all we have to do is come out here and just loop. And that's why I was, the motion seems to be more of a downward move. See, it's hanging its head over it.
Yeah, but-
CZ was giving hopium earlier. Did you see that?
About him buying and causing a super cycle.
No, like he was in the chat earlier, and he was like saying that US is buying up all the Bitcoin, and they're just what's that word? That word.
Accumulating.
Yeah, the New York's accumulating, and then
Okay, we're gonna try to come on up here for a second, but just be careful that we don't go zoop up and back down.
You're so
And then-
right.
and then not long after we did that massive dump.
I need that reminder every time. It's like, look, we could easily sweep liquidity and come back down. Oh, I need to write that down.
That's that FOMO.
We do
Where's the
have
liquidity above us, DJ?
right here on the,
84.2.
let me get that.
I'm just talking in general.
It'll be a good
No.
good marker to keep and where to
That's
short.
not even a big move. That's like a barely anything.
Yeah, that's why I think it might be like a false.
I'm
weekly move.
I'm referring to really the altcoins here. Plus, it looks like Bitcoin could dominance could break down here. So I was really referring to the altcoins and the liquidity in the different ones I'm looking at.
Yeah, say I want to short an altcoin. The profit from
What
that
is it
will be
with
much better.
definition XRP and your obsession with annihilation? Annihilate.
Because Sui's got liquidity now up until like 1.28, 129. I don't think we have enough push to get up to like the 137 liquidity.
Yeah, there it goes. See? Now it might do this spring up, spring down, and then finally come back over here. That's hanging on the edge.
So if we do start breaking down here, where do you think it would be our next touch point?
Right here at 83,986. And then that's right here is the 200 MA on the 3 minute. So we're at the 50. We're trying to use that as support, right? And so, but we have to climb up over this spot right here, which is 84, 385, and then continue here on this way because we have to break this, and then we have to break this one right here. That's 84, 720. So see how that makes a triangle right there? But then coming up underneath is that moving average there. And then with the higher time frames at looking down, let's see where they're. There's the 50 MA at 83,259. So if the squeeze is going to come, it has to have enough velocity to get over this point right here of 84.9. Has to have it. If not, it's going to just bump here and then smack and test this line here, which is 84.3, 83.2, sorry, 83,200. I'll put that
So it's,
marker there.
it's going to reclaim the vectors.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone. I think
Good
I'll
night.
fall asleep.
Have a good night.
man.
This is just a very difficult spot to see a trade that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's kind of ugly.
Hey, BJ.
Hey,
Sometimes you look at a chart and it just speaks to you and it's beautiful, but today it's been kind of ugly.
yeah, it's just what do you see in AI on?
I don't know. Earlier I was bullish, but with it going sideways, everything's kind of changed.
Yeah, it takes on a new character. When we missed that little, there was this little spot right here. We see where we could have had that continuation not that long ago, even. It was in the afternoon, and then we've just kind of been in indecision mode here.
I mean, it's possible that it could pop up, but
I think we're gonna start breaking down now.
no, I'm just underwater on most of my trades, and I've set my stop loss and profit to 2 of them.
That's good.
But,
Are you long right now, Aeon?
yeah, long. So I have to decide whether to cut the trades or not. I mean, I have a stop loss, but I usually set my stop losses to 105%, which
There we
um,
go.
I'm at like 50x, so on most of them. So that's not very far. But it's still a decent amount of money to lose. I'd rather not lose it if I don't have to.
That's
But my
right.
stop link just got hit. I better check out what's going on.
My Bitcoin long is from 82.8. So I'm kind of in that spot where I don't know if I should hold it or just take the profit.
Take the profit and run.
Yeah, but it's like right here is 83.2. I mean, I could,
Reposition it there, maybe.
well, it's at 82.8. So it's pretty low.
Take 50% off. And then
Yeah, but if this
if it
is the
holds,
top, yeah, I agree. I think you're right.
So if that green line doesn't hold, we come for the red one, etc., then
right.
the blue one and the orange one.
Yeah, and the orange is the MA. This is the Williams alligator. And yeah, that's usually the progression. So let's look at the higher time frame. And right there, if we lose the blue, then we'll hit the 83.7, and then we have a little line down to 83.4. Well, you fall out of the support on the 69-minute right here. That's 83.1, and then the move down to the liquidity pools, quite a drop from there. That's 80,009, 81.8. So my entry is like right in here. So that's why I say if we start breaking this, then you're just looking to round trip. Because see, here's this lift, then the drop, then this is the buy. So I would just be round tripped. So it's probably better to just to take at least 50% here.
ETH has a little bit of volume coming in.
Sell volume or buy volume? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it did dip just a little bit, but it's an odd place to have volume coming. So
Well, dominance right here is there. Well, you can see the dominance on Dbloc's chart.
Is it over 59? Where is it?
Yeah, no, it is. I'm just saying that it's kind of like breaking a level here towards the downside to where like Bitcoin dominance might take a little bit of a hit here. Hopefully. That's where that's what I'm watching.
Uh-huh.
Because like on these alts right here, I wouldn't be surprised. Like we were just talking about that, like whipsaw up and then back down. I mean, I just wouldn't be surprised if that was a whipsaw down, but this is right where my hold 'em or fold 'em line is.
the pattern on Bitcoin, or no, that's JSDT. It looks bullish. Not saying it is bullish. It's just, I just looked at it and then first thing that jumps out at me without knowing anything about it is it looks like a bullish.
Which one was that?
The one you have on your screen.
Oh, Bitcoin?
Don't you have JSDT?
No.
It says in the corner.
BTC? Where? Oh,
Oh, it is
are you
BTC.
serious?
Yeah.
No, it is Bitcoin. You just have it scooted over to the right.
Oh, that's
Oh
yeah.
my
that,
gosh.
yeah.
Okay. That's not part
I
of
was
the
gonna
year.
say, have I been telling everybody about Bitcoin and I'm not even on the chart?
There he is. Okay.
It would be like me to do that. Oh my
Yeah, so
gosh.
Bitcoin.
That's hilarious.
Well, the U was half cut off, a little more than half cut off. So it looked
Yeah,
like
you're right.
Yeah, but the tab on top would still tell you the title.
Yeah, up
it
here.
even looks like
XRP. Oh, look at that. It made a little bit of a curve. Let's see.
What even is JBTC?
What's nothing? It's just
Watch it be
this
like the
big-
next thing that runs.
Yeah, you
Told
might
it was
have all the
I just
YouTube
okay. So
followers.
at first glance, it looks like W that has like wings, that are trying to take off.
No, it
And
does. I
head and
mean,
shoulder
it's
W.
definitely in a spot that could could be a bullish move, but it's also in a spot where it can absolutely just not be. That's why it's a no, kind of like a no trade zone here.
So what's green and the pink and the blue? Which are they EMAs?
The green and the pink and the blue. Oh,
Blue
here?
lines. Yeah. Or is that
So
your
that's that's Williams alligator.
Still haven't started playing.
Yeah, I really like that.
So okay, so the green line crossed over
The
pink
red.
line and it's about to red, and then it's about
The
to
green line is the fast line, the blue line is the slow line, and the red is the midline. So when the green line bottoms out and comes back up through, that's a bullish signal. That's a bullish sign. And then when it crosses up from underneath the blue, that's a continuation of a bullish move. So that's why we're in a spot right here where it's very difficult to read, because if we lose this curve before that happens,
and they're just gonna curl over.
right, then we can just roll
They
right
look kind of
through.
like they want to just curl over, like,
Mm-hmm.
but they also look like they could change their mind. Everything's so confusing. Everything's like that right now.
Yep. See, we're through on the 15-minute, we're through the red, through the blue, or we're not yet to the blue. But we're also underneath the volume profile. See, we tried to squeeze through here. Now it's just testing this, and it's coming down for this moving average. And then this is the midline on the Bollinger Band. This little blue one. That's the middle of the range. Now at the bottom is where the liquidity pool is. That's this green band.
Now, when you look at Dbloc's weekend trap, do you think we continue inside the trap and just let those bands catch up? Or could we just deviate under, grab that liquidity pool, and do a deviation outside of the trap?
So if this is the range that's very tight, the 84.9 and then to 83.8, right? You see how the moving averages are squeezing here? So it's going to be a matter of, are we going to hold this ascending line and get enough volume to build candles above 84.9? That's the question. If we squeeze and we fall this way, then there's just going to be pressure to move towards 82, and then you fall through 82 down to 81, and then you get the 80. See, look, here, that's the 80,545. So if we can't hold this, we're gonna test that spot, and that is the halfway mark on this band. Or we'll fall through that. When we do that, it brings us close, or to test under 80, right there, 80,005, and then you hit on this angle under the box at 79. So this is a very difficult spot, because you have to clear these moving averages above this pivot and hold up there. Otherwise, the drift is to 79 and possibly 76, 77. We're just not.
That's what seems more likely, isn't it? Because I mean,
Yeah.
all the sentiment's gone. the whole uncertainty going on right now, like it seems more likely that we break down and continue down further to test that 80 area.
I think so, and that's what they wanted is to test that 80. So, it's right here,
Yo,
curve.
I was talking about real quick. I was talking about that like buy order I had set at like 83.8 and how it missed by like $5. Okay, well it
Mhm.
actually missed by 7, but on that last candle it missed by like $1.50.
My goodness, that's very tight.
Nice.
Oh, dude, I hate these people. I hate them all. Love you guys though. If it thinks I'm going to be exit liquidity though, it's got something else coming.
I don't like this pattern. I just don't see anything that I could be confident in here. Not for something new anyway. I mean, if we start falling, it could add to the short. If you stay right in this zone, you basically can go through the weekend without a decisive move either way, right? So we've had weekends like that before where it's like watching grass grow, right? So that could be too.
That's my favorite hobby besides watching paint dry.
Yeah. Someone will come in and say, well, what kind of grass are you watching?
Hey, so what kind of grass are you watching?
Oh, all right. So we're getting a little bit underneath this dome.
The sticky kind.
Not the exact type of grass I was talking about, but I got you.
This doesn't look too great at all. There we go. Let's see that. All right, so we'll see if we can stop right there or come all the way down to here's the moving average. Let me get rid of all this color.
Dollar's acting stronger than BTC at the moment, which has me a little puzzled.
What is?
Sol.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. Dominance. How we broke that level. We need to keep falling here. There's another level below us, and hopefully we fall through that too.
What if price did this all weekend? We'd all be insane by the end of the weekend.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean,
I'm already going a little crazy.
Yeah, I'm already there too.
Yeah. That's what made me think of that because I'm already
I know. I
staring.
thought it was like such a positive thought though, that like, oh, this is gonna be the weekend that breaks me.
It's almost something to look forward to when you put it that way.
That's what I'm saying. It was you framed it nicely.
I have Dora the Explorer in my head. I'm like just staring at these charts and staring and I'm looking here, looking there. I'm like, a clue, a clue. It's not.
Hola, soy Dora. Can you say liquidated? Did I lose you guys? What happened?
Just staring at the charts, driving myself crazy. I want to cut these trades. I should just do it, but I'm going to be so mad if it runs right after I do it.
If
I want to find some
Bitcoin,
evidence first that I should close on.
well, yeah. So I'm hoping here that if alts hold, okay, Bitcoin's going down, dominance is going down, alts are holding. If Bitcoin turns around and Bitcoin dominance turns around, we need alts to pump with Bitcoin. That's where I'm at. That's what's going to kind of be my evidence at the moment.
Who's watching BTC on the 1 minute chart just to see some movement?
Just to feel alive.
Oh, bro. Be careful. Be careful out there.
You'll be stuck here all weekend, buddy. I kind of just want to stay up until 12 a.m. and see if we do or do not shut down the government. Kind of rooting for Dbloc to hit that polymarket trade. Bet, I mean.
Yeah, Australia's never had a government shutdown. We just fired the government instead.
Us Americans, we like showmanship and clowns.
You like to be entertained because you watch paint drying grass grow all the time.
I'm honestly kind of embarrassed with my country right now. What do y'all think of the idea of opening a long and a short in like a when we're going sideways and have a tight stop loss on both and then,
You-
you know, one gets stopped and the other one runs?
They can wick you out both ways.
Yeah, you're probably right.
There's always another trade and always another entry. What time frame do you watch mostly?
I kind of bounce between them, but I mainly like the 15 and the 5 for like just everyday browsing, but I do like to look at the daily, the weekly, hourly, and thanks to BJ, I have a tab with the 1111 and the 69 next to each other.
I've been making more focusing on the 15-minute. So that way I take less trades. It's been working out.
Sounds like a good idea. Backup Terry says he tried to open a long and a short and they wicked out both and then took off.
It's because we're in the middle of the range that strategy doesn't work as well. If we're at the top or bottom, then you could open a trade in the other direction. Because you'd have more chance of it succeeding.
Or you mean like opening one at the bottom of the range and opening another at the top and then seeing which one gets stopped out?
Yeah. Because
Instead of right smack dab in the middle?
Yeah. Because if you open both in the middle, then you can do both. But if you're at the top of the range, generally it's going to continue on, which means your long gets going, or it's going to reject, and then you'll have both of them still active.
That sounds like an experiment that you could try during this weekend trap, maybe. I might set that up with like a couple of $1 trades. Just set a limit at the bottom and at the top and see, put a stop on each one.
Yeah. We could just demo trade it as well.
That's no fun.
But when you're doing really stupid stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I got that degen blood in me.
Like if you wanted to test that theory right now in the middle, it's a perfect thing to do on a demo account.
Dang. Trump mentioned Melania, the movie or whatever, on Truth Social. And then he just posted it on Twitter. I bought it like 30 seconds ago. Holy crap. Okay. Let's close half that trade. Wow.
Is he just trying to pump Melania coin or something?
No. The movie came out today and everything. Trump just tweeted about Melania. Anyway, I guess you just there's a movie in like theaters today about Melania Trump.
There's
And
probably bots that are set to if
do what?
anytime. There's probably bots that are set to trigger anytime Trump says Melania or
Yeah, but
mention.
no, that like I actually totally agree with that. I'm glad you mentioned that because it didn't do anything after Truth Social, but as soon as it came across Twitter, it pumped, which is interesting because the bots probably are on Twitter but not Truth. Whoa.
Why wouldn't they be on Truth though?
I mean, based off the price, that was what happened. That's
Right.
all. Yeah.
I believe you. I'm just
Yeah,
wondering.
that's really interesting. My mind's actually pretty blown right now.
Well, congrats
Probably
on your
lazy
trade. That's
coders.
cool.
I mean, I should. I literally got the bottom of the wick of this freaking green candle. I got the wick too on the bottom.
Must have seen that and just went straight into action. Like
It went straight. It was like I clicked it. It was like I was in control.
awesome.
Noise.
I mean, it was a small position. It's only a few bucks, but hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, but you got the win.
Yeah, I got the win. Yeah, it's all about that mojo.
Mojo, baby.
When you bet a small amount, it's just your prides you're betting.
Yep, you're right.
But
I
when you
don't
get the
lose.
win, that's real. That's a real win, you know?
Oh yeah.
You get to have the prides.
I find that like moving between just trading whatever. I looked at the chart, like I literally looked at the chart first after the Truth Social, looked at it, figured I like came to my conclusion, and was like, all right, maybe it goes. If not, here's my stops. But I don't lose money like I have before. Whenever I just like move between stuff and have level set. So like dominance is pumping right now. Um and alts have held. But TBD.
Sol's finally breaking down.
What's going on, gang? Just got home. Cold as shit tonight.
Y'all gonna get snow this weekend?
Miami, bro. Probably. What it feels like.
You think we're gonna hold this 50?
I think we're gonna be stuck in this cold trap here, unfortunately, for a minute.
What were you up to tonight?
Just hanging out. There is no pricing in the shutdown. The problem with the shutdown is that it reduces liquidity. That's the effect that we don't want. Yeah, some people panic and sell out, but the real question is how long does it last? We can't do another 40-day shutdown. But at this point, it doesn't matter. If we roll over and we go into the capitulation phase, then shut it down, bro. Shut down the government, unwind the carry trade, just bring on as much FUD as you possibly can. Give me a $30,000 Bitcoin.
You in your polymet?
Nah, I got jerked last minute, yo.
How?
Partial shutdown
Yeah,
counts.
yeah. You were on the other side.
That it wasn't going to
Oh.
shut down. Yep, yep.
Oh, see, I never asked because I didn't hear it like
Yeah.
on the channel, so I didn't want to ask. I figured you were the other way. Dang, bro.
Nah, it's all good. It was a small bet. It was exciting, though. It paid itself
It
off
is.
in dopamine because that shit was crazy going into the end. That shit was
Yo,
like
bro,
watching a really good championship game.
don't touch the stove, coach. Don't touch the stove.
I appreciate that, yo. What's going on, Dubs? Yeah, that shit 1000% paid off in dopamine. It was very cheap dopamine hit. All right, what really to look at there. You know what I need to do? I need to find my old charts. I'm looking for the old bull market top prediction charts from like 3 years ago. But I'm way more organized now than I was then. and it's hard to find sometimes. USD index, maybe. No, this isn't it. Just bear with me, man. Crypto's not going anywhere right now. But what's this? Old but boring.
I think that chart had Heikenashi's candles on.
This is the Bitcoin historical analysis chart. Nothing. Where's Pepperstone? Pepperstone is a chart I used to use all the time. That's not the right one. It might be that it's not even on this template. I've got to switch templates in a second, but I'm just going through some of the usual suspects. I appreciate the gifted subs, Robo. W delayed W's for Robo in the chat. Alright, that's not it. Binance US chart. Y'all want to see something funny? This was the scam wick on Binance US at the beginning of the bear market. And Binance US has these scam wicks every once in a while that... Let me see if I can find another one. Oh, it's too young. But June 2023, there was a scam wick to 138K on Binance US. We didn't hit it, but pretty damn close. What's going on, Don? Alright, a couple more to check and then I'm gonna switch it. Bitstamp. I'm gonna switch. Yeah, I'm here, Ghost. Welcome home, bro. They free the real one out that you know. How was it on the inside? You read a lot of books and shit, work out? This is my old Man, I'm so mad that they stopped supporting this chart on BLX. This shit needs to get turned into an NFT. The good old days when Bitcoin whales were in charge and the cycles were predetermined. But we caught one last prediction off of it, at least, before she shut down. Actually ended up going a little higher than, well, no, it's right around that place, 125. That's not the chart I'm looking for, though. That's not it either. Yeah, this is it right here. Or one of them, anyways. No, people don't understand how historic this drop was on silver. That was like blatant manipulation. But we talked about it, right? We said that if it gets too expensive for industries and if the banks get too caught up, then they will knock that price down to give them some breathing room. Yeah, yeah, no, right? That's some volatility for your ass right there. All right, so this is this is the old macro Bitcoin chart. Right, this is when I was trying to convince people that the bull market wasn't over here. Right, when we were consolidating in this mess. So I was bringing back every time that we had broken highs like that and what came next. But more importantly were our targets. These were our bull market targets from way back, right, when we first put this chart together. The bear case was 125.2 or 125 flat, and we ended up getting 126. And if this plays out the way it's been playing out, then we would have also hit our bear case for the relief rally. All right, if we want to look at the relief rally, our bear case was at the 50 EMA on the weekly. It was right at the 50 EMA, which is right there. And then our base case is 104. And our bull case is 108. It means mostly everything is funded except for a small section that they're still arguing about. Now our next set. Let me make these green just so it makes sense. Our next set of bull base and bear cases is going to be for the bear market bottoms. But I think we did a pretty good job, y'all. I know it feels lackluster, but as far as Bitcoin goes, we did what we were supposed to do. We did the bare minimum of what we were supposed to do, but we did it. I'm pretty sure even our last bull flag played out. All right, what is this? This is Bitstamp. Let me just add the chart so I don't lose it. The index here. Oh, this was the chart we were using at the bottom of the bear market, last bear market. Most of y'all probably seen this already, but you see the grid that I had set up from 118 down to 13.8. One X at 18, 4X at 17.5, 8X at 17.1, 16X at 15.9. The entire bag was waiting to go in at 14.8. Oh, I was ready to give up a kidney at 12.8. I heard you could do all right with just one. But just like it is to the top, sometimes you don't get your entire, right? This was bear market. That 16x was my bear market target for the bearish, and then the bullish would have been that last one. This is when we were trying to catch the bottoms. The hell does this shit say? My God. All right, this is probably, I should have probably explained this. So I was dating this girl at the time, and every time she'd come over, Bitcoin would drop. So part of my TA was if she was showing up or not. Nah, it was
You still
bad.
keep her around?
It was bad, bro. I told you guys then that I was gonna break up with her before the bull market. How am I? You can't date a girl that every time she shows up, Bitcoin drops in the bull market. That shit don't even make any sense.
Is she there right now, Coach?
Mm-mm.
Was that the one named Solana?
No, no. I mean, but she got us some good buys though.
And then you kicked her out, use and abuse.
Wasn't working out.
Actually, I've been looking for a good indicator. You got her Instagram?
Nah, I very rarely go backwards.
Oh no, I meant for me, man.
No, I mean like I usually, yeah, like I wouldn't even know where to find her at this point.
Oh, I got you.
Why am I just now noticing this little inverse head and shoulders down here? So I was always just more focused on that W that we put in. But honestly, it was pretty decent inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I never peeped that at the time. Interesting. Interesting. Old CME chart. How's that for squiggle TA from 2022? This was from when these lines were dropped. Before we had found bottoms. I don't know when's the last time I saw this chart on this template. What template is this? Market maker. I won't say. I'll say it if nobody else will. That's fucking amazing. Language, Dbloc. Language. Jesus. Look, just tell you how long we've been dealing with CME gaps. This was on top of the last bear market. What are you doing, Bitcoin? Just gotta follow the money. I def is just happy to see the price outside of the weekend trap box. This is such a wonky weekend trap. It's been a long time since we see a type 3 weekend trap. Speaking of inverse head and shoulders, why don't you just grab that vector and then take your ass back into the weekend trap? I'm trying to see something real quick. Market maker. Just trust me, I just want to see something. I'll draw the map for you so you don't get lost. You do something like that and then we can still all be friends. So he's breaking support, that's why. Everything is, man. Soul is.
Ada's gotten crushed.
It's against my cypherpunk ethos to ask you how old you are, right, Def? But I really want to know sometimes. But I would never ask.
Yo, hi Dev, how old are you? I'll ask for you, coach. I got you.
I was just wondering about your age, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. That makes sense to you though, stuff that your post caused Sui to drop. Like when you think of all the possibilities, that's the one that makes the most sense. Okay. Hey, listen, if you like it, I love it, bro. It's 2026. If you want to identify as someone whose posts make price move, then I'm with you, bro. So I'm still waiting for the escape story, bro. How'd you get out? Good behavior, or you had to do your whole time? Damn, you had to call a locksmith. That sucks. I was hoping there was a cheaper alternative. So, all right. So the question I want to know is, when the door opened and you locked eyes with the locksmith, how much shame was there? And did he give you that look? What? How's she mad at you though? Nah, nah, that's not good. Does she have any idea what you went through? Unless she's listening, and yeah, screw you for locking yourself in the room, bro. That was inconsiderate. But if she's not listening, you don't got to take that shit, bro. I'm Puerto Rican and black. You don't got to talk to me about girls with anger issues. Let's just say I'm well acquainted. To be fair, 9 times out of 10, we made him like that, though. Guilty. GG's, bro. The spice of life. I mean, are you even alive if you don't live under the threat of a frying pan every once in a while? What are you trying to do? Summon the Power Rangers or something, Dev? Yeah, we need some of that energy for real. I took a bath today. Yeah, she's definitely there now. She just got there. Hey, Miss Ghost. I wish I was there to hear her tell the story to her coworkers on her break. Girl, have any idea what my man did last night? Listen, let me tell you. You think your man is special. Listen to this one. I like girls that are sweet and nice by default, but can flip to crazy in like a heartbeat, but don't stay there too long. That's the vibe. Yeah. Like they go like crazy, crazy, like scary, crazy, but then they're straight. Or at least ones that could recognize they were crazy and pop up later like, yo, my bad, I was tripping. Like, yes, you were.
My bad. I was tripping, coach. My bad.
You're not my type. Your voice is way too deep.
My bad. Yeah, you heard from Dragonfly recently?
Not. No, not recently. I will be heavily taking profits into weekly close. Whatever we pick up down here. I'm strictly on a swing scalp sort of schedule right now. If we don't manage to break certain levels, yeah. If we don't manage to get above 86, 88, convincingly, yeah. 86 is the first target. I'd feel a lot better about the situation if we got above 88 too, though. Which on the 1 minute chart almost looks impossible, but it always does on the 1 minute. And 15-minute chart we're talking about. Closing up here. We need to get here by this time. This would really be the sweet spot, though. Up here changes sentiment. Down here buys us another 2 weeks with shitty sentiment. Up here changes sentiment. Do not hang your hopes on any of those. If it happens, it happens. But just remember where we're at. Well, where was that honey badger when you needed her to knock down the door and rescue you, bro? If she was supposed to go into her final form and take that door off the hinges. No, that's true. My dumbass did that shit once. I went to court when I was young on like a weed possession charge and shit, and I thought I was gonna get locked up. And I remember I didn't have anybody drive me to court, so I drove to court myself, drove in the parking lot, court parking lot, parked there, went to court, ended up getting off on probation, got back to my car, and my keys were locked in the car. Bro, I was like, there's no way in hell. I broke that back window so quick, that little quarter panel window, and got up out of there. It's an interesting feeling to break into your own car in the parking lot of the courthouse. Definitely got some looks. But the point is, I needed that shit to be over, bro. I'll pay for it later. I just needed out of that situation. This was back in the day, kids, when you can go to jail for weed. It's easy to get on probation. It's not easy to get off probation, bro. That's the problem. Shit, better than me. Let's just call it misspent youth. What's going on, Mandy? All right, let's take a little run through the news trenches real quick. Sweep liquidity here. Well, I got some leftover chips from dinner. Give me a second. I gotta go grab something. My bad. I just got the wild late night munchies. I had to get something. Give me a second. Damn. Hit that cap.
I have some knife feelings.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm wrapping something up real quick. Alright, I'm back. My bad, John. Yeah, I did send those. Oracle's making me pretty nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Doesn't look like it's getting any better. What's going on, Venus? Yeah, I'm good. How you doing? So the issue with Oracle is the way that they're set up right now. Think of it as Oracle's taking on all the risk for NVIDIA. Excuse me. They're like NVIDIA's credit card. Right? So while like Google and Microsoft have cash in the bank, Oracle is borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. So the way it would work is, and this is worst case scenario, obviously. It's like what they used to call kiting checks, right? Like you float one check long enough to pay for the next. Oracle borrows billions to buy chips from NVIDIA, right? Then they lease those chips to startups like OpenAI and XAI. The problem is that these startups are burning cash. they're burning through cash, and most of them are using investment capital to rent the chips, right? But the problem is if OpenAI and XAI can't monetize their models and pay rent, then Oracle's left holding the bag worth of billions for the depreciating chips that they bought. And they bought those chips with debt. Right? So it's like a house of cards and shit. Like Microsoft, Google, Meta, like they can afford to waste 50 billion on AI capital expenditures, right? Because they print money. Oracle can't do that. Right? Oracle's current debt is ballooned over 130, 120, 130. Let's call it 120, 120 billion. And their current free cash flow is negative 10 billion cash flow. Because they spend every dime that they have to build those data centers. They're building a gang of data centers and they're like, yo, we're just going to build them. And then eventually these AI companies will be successful and they're going to fill these data centers. But if interest rates stay high and their credit rating gets downgraded, which I think it's about to pretty soon, we're 50% from the top on Oracle already. So if they get downgraded, then their borrowing cost goes up, right? And they're leveraged to the neck right now. So like I was saying, the problem with those data centers is that they're building these massive data centers, but there's nobody in them yet, right? It's like if you build them, they'll come sort of thing. So that's something that's sitting over their head. And then the other problem is too that a lot of these AI companies are being accused of just hoarding GPUs to pump their own valuations, right? Because when they start talking about AI projects, you always hear them say, oh, we've got, 10,000 top end NVIDIA GPUs, blah, blah, blah. So they're saying is that a lot of this rent that's coming into Oracle is coming in there to rent GPUs just to make their valuation seem higher so that they can get investment. But if that VC money dries up, then those rental payments are going to dry up too. And Oracle's going to be left holding the bag. So, I don't know. I think the smart money already sees it coming. Right? In Q2, they missed earnings. Oracle spent 50 billion in capital expenditures and they missed revenue targets. So I think that's what initially sort of set the fear. Right? So what I'm doing now for the future is I'm keeping an eye on Oracle's bond yields. Right? If the cost of them to ensure their debt keeps rising, then it's time to hit. It's like my canary in the coal mine right now. If they default on loans or they halt chip orders, NVIDIA is going to miss earnings. If NVIDIA misses earnings, the whole S&P is going to drop like a rock. And none of this looks good. Yeah, it could go bad quick. I was looking at it yesterday, and that's when it like stopped me in my tracks, and I was like, "Wait a minute!" Like there's a big circle jerk going on here between these corporations, and when one goes, it's like a house of cards. But we'll see. I appreciate that, Ghost. Morning H. Time is it? 30. Annoying? Nah. A little weird. Well, I mean, do you have any responsibility for that? Yeah, weird. Not like weirdo weird. Just different. Now, if you ask my mods, you know, they're the ones that have to deal with you more often. You have to ask them. But now, if you were annoying, I would just ignore you. Kind of like the boy that cried wolf sometimes, though, Duff. You always have bearish warnings. I'm good and on. What's going on, chat? Just telling you what you want to hear, Dev. Ubi's not evil. No, I appreciate everybody that tries to help. What I would say is just make sure that you're trying to help doesn't get in the way of you learning, which is the main reason to be here. Nah, with the 5 gifties, W gifts. Yeah, we'll take out this whole vector here. We're almost done with it. Nice little reaction there. Volume picking up. Welcome to all the new members. Numbers are hard, bro. So good. Stopping volume 5 minutes. I don't know about that one. But he's asleep, bro.
We are lurking.
You summoned them. The problem, High Def, is that when you say crazy shit and there's new people here and I don't say anything, then it sounds like I'm co-signing what you say. And then if you keep saying crazy shit, then I need to eventually be like, that's just High Def. He just says crazy shit. Ignore him. And then the problem is that everybody just ignores you after that, and then you feel some sort of way because people don't listen to your TA. But you get what I mean? Yeah, how like one thing leads to the other.
On the 12-minute time frame, there's a vector candle down to the 82,350.
What exchange are you on? That's just a little bit lower than what. Get it? Yeah, some of that vector would be, some of that wick would be a vector for 5 minutes. Nah, if I thought you had bad intentions, bro, I would have got rid of you respectfully. I don't think you have bad intentions at all. Yeah, you might be a little burnt out, but I don't think you have bad intentions. We're at the bottom of that bearish channel. Come on, just take the rest of it. I'll recover up for that. Stay here now. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I mean, we're right at structure. I'd probably long it too if I wasn't about to go to bed. You still need that bullish engulfing. If it holds. Because if it doesn't, it's coming after these liquidations and you're probably going to take out this liquidity. But if it holds, then yeah, that should be the nearest pivot. Wait. Let me redo that because I was on log. It'd be like 75. That would take, remember, 74 is our macro structure break. 74 is when we're officially not in an uptrend on the weekly anymore. Remember, the macro turns slower than everything else. Well, I'll share a secret with you. I never got rid of my Christmas tree. I just took it out of the office. My Christmas tree is in my living room right now, and I'm waiting for the heart ornaments to turn it into a Valentine's Day tree. Yup.
You like that idea?
Word to the wise.
That shit might be a President's Day tree. It might have little planets for Earth Day. It's a vibe, yo. Why end the vibe until you're ready to end the vibe just because, what? Somebody thinks it's weird or some shit? Do that. Grandma likes the lights too. Low-key doing it for grandma. Put grandma in the living room. She just stares at the tree for hours. She loves that shit. The BTC decorations are still on there. They're not coming off. Probably spray paint them all red or something for the bear market, but
There's no volume for these stopping candles for the reversal.
yeah. The 5 minute has decent volume, but I would like to see a green vector for the opening it. Market maker sort of showing us he really means it for real, for real. Stopping volume. I can't believe they were so obvious on silver, man. I mean, I guess they kind of had to be. The shit was causing real problems.
Is that it?
Is this silver? Yeah.
Seems like it's a better price. Kind of interested.
So this is gonna be tricky because we were talking about the rotation earlier. I do think there's gonna be a silver, gold, silver, platinum, copper, gold rotation. I think now that everything's pumped, everything came down. I think gold goes first. think silver will go up with it, but I think gold is going to outperform. And where I'm almost positive gold makes a higher high, it is possible silver just gets a lower high. Silver was already in ridiculous territories price-wise. Like, I don't think you guys realize, like, life as we know it, with items and products as we know them at the prices that we know them, can't exist with silver at $120. It just can't. Either shit's gonna get more expensive, or they're gonna have to use, like I said, alternative metals like copper and nickel. So, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like price suppression is going to be a lot stronger on silver to keep it from getting back to those levels. But I do think that it will, at the very least, make a run for it. My biggest concern is that the speed of the moves might be gone. Right? The days of going up like this, at that level, might be gone. So while I think that we can make it up back to those levels, I think that there is a decent chance that it takes a long time to do it. Right? Where instead of it just going banana zone again, it like does something like that. Maybe lower high, maybe blow off top. But time wise, you know, being all the way in September, we'll see. But I took a really big hit on paper anyway. I'd have confidence it'll go. Unrealized, nice little chunk of change. If you have that such little faith in the asset, EV, why don't you just trade something else? Like something you believe in. There's so many things you can trade and make money on. You don't, you know. If you're convinced crypto's only bad, then trade like commodities or something or stocks. No, I feel you, brother. And I wasn't trying to talk shit. I was being serious. Like, there's tons of way to make money in trading. Excuse me. The 200 and the 50. Only death cross I respect is the 200 and the 50. And most of the time when you get a death cross, the drop has already happened. This chart was so close to being perfect, man. I mean, to be fair, this thing rode us all the way up, though. But this blow off top bull flag that fails, obviously we didn't get the blow off top. But because we didn't get the blow off top, the bull flag that failed was down here. If I would have had it like this, I'd have been so bad. But we didn't. We had it up. But this is the bull flag here that failed. Oh, really? You excited about that? You excited about that, Evie? That sounds like a mission. That's a good question, Maddie. That makes a big difference. So if you're Ukrainian and you're joining the Ukrainian army, it's like cool, you know, you're fighting for your country, you're about to have some excitement. But if you're like Jamaican and you're joining the Ukrainian army, then I have some questions.
What's wrong? They're doing it for the money.
Yeah, but there's got to be some real specific things going on with your life to go fight, like in another country's war. That's
I mean,
not
there's so
yours.
much poverty here. We've got guys going to Russia to fight, man.
That's cool, bro. Congratulations. That sounds like an exciting new stage in your life about to open up. Watching the 50 EMA here on the 5-minute, and we're watching the midpoint of the bearish channel to see if the bulls really mean it here or if they're just bluffing. Oh, drone operator would be dope. I mean, I have to be completely honest with you, Chad. They kind of all look like shit, bro. I mean, and these are strong ETF narrative alt here, right? Just what we're looking at here. And like nothing except for maybe Jasmine, and even that sort of lost. These are the daily charts. Well, this is hourly, this is hourly, daily, this is daily, this is daily. I'll be honest with you, until we close this weekly candle and find out what Bitcoin's next 2 weeks look like, by where we close that candle, I'm not touching any of this shit. If you want to take trades, use a volume screener, find out where the volume's at. If there's dips and recoveries, you can play, play the faster movers. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like even the ones that had promising setups, they turned them all nasty. So for me, I still have some positions from the earlier dips from today, but from the trap shorts, but I will not be holding them for long. And it's mostly Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, like right now, that's what I'd be concentrating on. Like, if you wanna play the pivots, just find something that has some volume and stick to that. There isn't too much rotation to be had right now until Bitcoin actually pops and starts to hold. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Either they're set up like shit or they've been running so hot already that they're about to pull a silver any day now. Yep. Temporary shutdown. Bam. Just enough to screw me out of my poly bet. That shit was exciting though. That shit was down to the wire. Like I said earlier, that bet paid for itself with dopamine. What a rush. It kept going back and forth all day. There's gonna be a deal. There's not gonna be a deal. There's gonna be a deal. And that chart was going crazy on Poly. That shit was like watching a championship game or something.
Did they make a deal?
Mm-mm. They made a deal, but not enough of a deal to avoid a partial shutdown. Bastard. And, you know, we're dealing with a very sensitive part in the cycle right now. So we need focus. But when we get on the other side of this, we're going to have to talk about those Epstein files because what the holy. I went through like maybe 7 pages of the new shit and I was like, I can't do this now. I'm going to rabbit hole. I need to ignore this until we get our weekly candle closed. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look too good for the orange guy. What it's gonna do is expose a lot of people, Robo. Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. Oh, you're talking about. I thought you were talking about Tesla. Tesla. Hold on. I was about to go check on Elon them. Ooh. You got some life to it, huh? What's up with this chart, though? Bro. What kind of TA would you like for me to give you on this chart? Have a good lunch, H. Jeez. Alright, let's see. I'm guessing it just got listed on exchange. You keeping up with the exchange listings on this? Did it just list somewhere? Alright, let's see. I'm curious. Just got listed on Blowfin. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense because you can see the market makers coming in at the top there. What price is it at right now? 178? What's it at? $429. Is this like a meme coin or is this a tokenized stock? It's going to be one of those that's impossible to get on-chain data for. Watch. If you have a contract address by any chance and you can link it, I'll look into it a little deeper. But it looks like it just got put on exchange. Just be careful because anybody who bought down here, which was enough people to push it up here, now has somewhere to short. Right? These people can now sell and open short. Not saying they will, but that's what happens once you get listed on exchanges. Yeah, but they've already got 24/7 tokenized stocks on exchanges. I wasn't sure if that's what this was. Yeah, like I said, to me it looks like it was just listed on exchange and people are selling coins they got early and shorting into the sell-off. Let me see if I can find another chart that's more reliable here. You come back and you've cleared this entire vector. Probably going to retest the 50 from underneath here and come down to at least 425. I don't know enough about this project to tell you if it's going to last past listings. I have to look into that. like the way this is moving. I don't like this accumulation underneath the 50, but the first thing I saw when we opened the chart was this piece. That's nice. Nice stair stepping. But yeah. Just be careful. This thing has been running hot. And like I said, everybody sees exchange listings as, oh, now retail can buy, but the truth is, until those early whales get out, if they're in big profits, it gives them somewhere to short. Which is why I wanted to find it on Deck Screener so I could check the top wallets and see exactly how much profit they're in, but they made it kind of difficult. We held the bottom of our bear flag on Bitcoin, but that's very temporary. Small time frame stuff. No problem, bro. What's going on, misanthropic? That's funny. Yeah, I love the logs, but that's not where my name came from. I always get that though. I'll take it. At least it's them. Yo, this shit is so sketchy where we're sitting. The next 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours mean a lot. As a macro guy, it's like you go through most of the bear market with daily and hourly, 4-hourly, daily price action not really meaning a whole hell of a lot. But when you get to these points in the chart, right, which are make or break, it's like one hour getting close to daily close can make all the difference. I was like, what chart is this? Why does this shit look so? I found this chart earlier. We were looking through some old charts. This was from right around where these lines are. Bottom of the last bear market before we had hit bottom. This was just my squiggly of where I thought we would end up. My base case was 14.1. We got to like 15 something. And then like my oh shit, what the hell just happened case would have been like 10K. But look at how close we got on my squiggly. And then we had our 3 targets for the top of the bull. Our bear case was 125. Base case was 1. This is wrong. This should have been higher. My base case was 150 and my bull case was 175. But I guess I was kind of bearish when I drew this chart. That's how long ago it was. But what I was looking for was this. Let me go to my other. Nah, I mean, the reason that I've got Dom up is because my family, as much as I love them, were really hard-headed about trading alts before it was time to start trading alts. So the reason I have Dom there is to know what effect Bitcoin's move is going to have on their alts. Right? So we know if this breaks and Dom pops, that you need to run to your alts because your alts are going to dump heavy. Right. So this is our cheat sheet for Dom. The only reason it's on the chart. So with Bitcoin going down now, like it is, we can't afford for dominance to go up the way it is, or alts are going to catch a bad one. I think options are a great hedge. You know what you're doing. Options are a great way to hedge your positions without having like exit spot positions. We saw the bears really like step on the gas today. I mean, they got damn near to 80, which was the main strike price. Right within what, like the last hour of the day. Quite impressive. So yeah, be careful, y'all. Because if we lose this range, we're gonna sweep these Liqs, and Dom looks like it wants to keep going here. So any alts that you're looking at right now that are on support are more than likely gonna sweep those supports if it plays out that way. I'm tired. I need to go to sleep soon. I can hear it in my voice. I'm like mush mouthed.
Yeah, good morning.
Top of the morning, good sir.
I'm awake.
I'm back to the land of the living.
All right. Started my day. I'm trying to figure out if I'm ahead or behind. Sounds like you don't think this is going to hold.
No, not really. I don't like the vibe of this at all. I gotta keep it 1,000 with you.
It's all right, because I never entered and I'm still in cash.
Cash is a good position to be in right now. Well, stables.
Yeah. Getting pretty boring, though. So are they going to close the government or not?
Yeah, I got screwed on my polybet. Partial close.
Oh, that's dirty.
Yeah, no. No. Nah, I like Bookmap. Bookmap is the shit. Those the market buy balls. The little spheres. I try to only show tools on stream that are free, because most of the people that come in are sort of new, and I don't want them to feel like you can't get all the information if you can't afford to buy a subscription for this or that. But I'm not gonna lie, I still use Bookmap on the side. I run it on my laptop. That's why I never show it on stream. It doesn't run on the PC. My PC can handle it, right? So I know it's something glitchy with it because whenever I run bookmap on a PC, my bitrate goes down on the stream. It's weird. And I got a 3090, like, should be able to handle bookmap. If you just go on YouTube and put ETC bookmap, there's people that just buy the subscription and then they stream the bookmap. Yeah, for real.
It's the weekend as well. I can't be expecting a pump, right?
No. Which is why I'm saying that I don't like this, because I'm not seeing the algo kick in as strong as I would like to see it to pull us back into the weekend trap. I mean, we're putting in our type 2 entry now, but I would have liked to see the volume really pick up. And most of this is retail. You had market makers step in twice on this move up, right? They weren't rewarded for passing the 50. There was no real aggression here to get back up. I was saying I don't like the way it's moving. But structure-wise, it's fine. You got your stopping volume candle, and you got your higher low. You're about to try to get above your neckline. That would take us a good part of the way to daily open through those licks and back into the weekend trap. But market maker would need to start stepping in soon to be convinced that it's, there we go. I didn't even see the candle. I was about to say market maker would have to step in soon to convince me that he's down to move up here and not getting greedy for some further licks. Our invalidation for that W would be at 82.8. So anybody that got in on type 2 entries there, that's where you want to start paying attention. Anybody that's new, remember to hit that sub button. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bull market, a bear market. And if you could hit that like button and be so kind, we greatly appreciate it. You're in the right place. After 10:10, there's a lot of that. Jared, what's going on, brother? We got a good amount of people in here. Y'all wanna run avatars? While Bitcoin builds. All right, let's go Bitcoin. And market maker, stop being so stingy. Yo, retail is doing a great job right now of helping you get to where you need to go. So let's get these green vectors going. Yeah, true. That's the basic market maker strategy. Yeah, type 2 entries for the long just hit now. But yeah, you'd be looking at type 3 entries above the 200 EMA, or if you waited for type 4 entries. So the way that we run it here is type 1 entry is your falling knife. Right? That's when you look for your volume. You're looking for traders to step in, and you're taking the risk. This gives you the best risk reward. Type 2 entry is the higher low. Right? That's the second best risk reward. And it gives you a little bit of time to see if this is going to hold, right? It's less of a sort of nerve-wracking entry. People like type 2 entries more than anything. And then type 3 entry would be your breakout. Usually short-lived, the riskiest of all of them, in my opinion. And then type 4 entries would be when price breaks out, comes back and retests, and then pops. You look for volume at that time. And then type 5 entries, these guys, they don't come to this Discord. Type 5 entries, these are the guys that buy the green candles up here because we're going to the moon. And then we sell them our bags. Here, you can have mine. Oh, you want some? Here, take mine. You definitely have mine here. You take all of that.
You can even classify those 1, 2, 3 with like pros, amateurs, and like newbies, like kind of thing, right?
I mean, kind of, except for like, I take type 1 entries, type 2 entries, and I might add to my position at type 4 entries. Right? For me, it's stages of a trade. Some people jump in later stages, some people jump in earlier stages. Not necessarily like noob or not, it's just risk tolerance, right? Your highest risk tolerance people are going to take your falling knife. And then once you get a higher low, then this feels a little bit better for those people that aren't willing to take that amount of risk. But then there's people that are like, well, I don't even want to take that risk because what if it doesn't break out? So I'm just going to wait for the breakout. And then type 4 is like the ultimate impatience, right? They're going to let it break out, come back, retest, and make sure that traders jump in, and then they'll take the trade. Type 4 takes the least amount of trades, but their win percentage is higher. You get what I mean?
Okay. There's no indicator that says type 1, type 2, right?
Nah, there isn't.
But there's some maths behind this, right? Type 1, type 2, like 0.5 or everything. So you can actually make one, right?
I mean, you could, but you would need to make an indicator that was also efficient at drawing patterns and understanding the difference between a valid pattern and non-valid pattern. Problem with indicators that draw patterns is that they draw every pattern. And if you get an indicator that draws every pattern, giving you every type 2 entry, you are going to be in a lot of shitty trades. Everybody keep challenging me. You guys want to fight? Yeah. Bunch of hooligans. I usually tell people don't click any link, but if you want to change your avatar, you can click that link, or you can type !random and then just keep doing it until it puts something on that you like, so you don't walk around naked. Because some of y'all are just walking around ass out right now. What I've found, Kelly, in my experience, is that the more successful strategies usually equal a smaller amount of trades. The more successful, like higher percentage success a strategy is, the smaller amount of trades that you take. I just love trading reversals. Like, that's my thing. Like, it just, they jump out at me, right? That's an easy trade for me. I missed that whole fight. I wasn't paying attention. Do it again. Do it again. I need to go get some glasses too. I gotta do that shit probably next week. Get some contacts, get some glasses. Oh shit, am I actually gonna win this? Let me get a Bitcoin market maker. Scalper, don't you dare. Wow, no, now you drop a Bitcoin. GG's. Very weak. You gotta separate the fun from the trades, man. It's dangerous. I do it on memes. Like when I want to add that risk, like I go play in the trenches. But then I keep the serious side. Yeah, definitely subscribe. Stick around. We got a good bunch here. Yeah, I just lost my poly bet on them shutting down the government, but I was saying that like it paid for itself in dopamine. That's how it's done, Kelly. If you can kill your demons, you kill them. But if you can't, sometimes you gotta feed them and cuddle with them to keep them happy. Boss fight. Let's see what boss they give us. Let's do a boss fight real quick. Yeah, I was just about to say, Jim. Want to get healthy? Oh shit, Pumpkin King. We're screwed. You want to get healthy dopamine? You go to the gym. Yeah, 10 miles is crazy, bro. Good job. I'm not even driving 10 miles in the morning. I'm not on Twitch. I've been thinking about getting on Twitch though. Or at least pick. I might have a Twitch that I've never used, but right now it's just Discord and YouTube. Does anybody watch any of y'all watch live streams on Twitter? I mean, I know they have the spaces, but I've never even seen the section for lives. I guess maybe if you follow the person, it'll pop up if they're live or something, but yeah. Back up, Terry. Terry. They're from YouTube. That's all of you guys. That's YouTube chat right there. It'd be cool if it brought the it'd be cool if it brought Discord people in too. What's going on, Terry? My bad, bro. Your name always takes me back to that video. Yeah, I had to figure out a way to do it through OBS. Bear market activities, you know. To keep chat entertained. Oh, somebody just caught a bad one. Nah, Pumpkin King is the worst of all of them. Trying to figure out why he's so big though. Pause. Like why? Usually he's smaller than that. I must have changed something on the size. And oh wait, I think that's what. Yeah, that's what it is. When you're in the boss fight, it's on automatic. It's just RNG. You have to wait till the fight is over to change anything or do anything. Guys, we're losing people left and right. Nice. Out of there. Right here. You guys deserve some Bitcoin for that. I like hype, David, but I just don't like where we are right now. So it's going to be the same for any altcoin that I look at. Like literally everything relies on Bitcoin closing above that 50 EMA on the 2-week the next 48 hours. So we made the move on hype that we were looking for. It looks like it could be setting up for a continuation. But the problem is if Bitcoin doesn't do its job, then unfortunately it's not gonna matter much. But the hope is that you're flagging out, right? And that this isn't just a higher low. Your M pattern from the top here already played out. We were looking at this on another chart. Right, so your M top right here, for the most part, already played out. So now you're trying to figure out, is this going to be a continuation, or are you going to come back and fully retest that 200 EMA?
Every time retail longs the tops, we'll just come back down there.
Yeah, you got to treat the bear market with respect, man. That's for sure. No problem, brother. Appreciate you. So just to recap, anybody who wasn't here earlier, what I need to see for Bitcoin to have any hopes of the relief rally continuing in any form or fashion is to get above or hit this target. Above 86 by weekly close. Better than that, even better than that, if I can wave a magic wand and make shit happen, it would be 88. Anything underneath that, I'm fading every rally. Every push up, I'm taking profits. I'll still play them on the way down. We'll still catch pivots and we'll still, but, you know, we've been following those points on the macro for a long time. Tomorrow, I'm going to do a full in-depth run back on the macro. Just one good time on a good short live that I can run back and just be able to point and be like, go watch this. Because over the next 3 weeks, I can imagine the questions are going to get more and more frequent. What's at the top? What do you know, that type of shit. So I want to get it all organized, all down. If anybody has, because I know sometimes you guys take clips. If any of you guys have the clips of me explaining the whole 2 week and 1 week macro signals we were looking for, you can post that in the clips channel. I'm gonna start collecting all those clips and using them for Cypher School, to put the curriculum together for Cypher School, just to make my job a little easier. Excuse me.
I thought we broke the trap shorts, but that was only on the alts. Alts took that bad.
Yeah, because of the way that Dom pushed up here. I don't know about Twitch, Spike, just because the discoverability on Twitch is horrible, bro. Like, I know you guys would make it easier because we've already got a community over here. But one, I don't know how many people would actually watch on Twitch that are here. And two, I don't know if that would give us enough current viewers to put us on any sort of front page of anything. Twitch is horrible for that. Kick seems to be a lot better for that. The only reason that I sort of don't like Kick is because it has that like gambling like sort of vibe to it, right? Which isn't the vibe that we're going for at all. That's not what I heard. I heard the discoverability is really bad on Twitch. Like, people literally have to go looking for you, right? At the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the pile. They've had streamers that are they've have streamers that have like millions of subscribers open another Twitch and just go in the like just chatting section with 0 subs and sit there with their camera on and been there all day before anybody comes in their room. And these are people who are already famous, have like famous faces and shit. Just super saturated. Yeah, I did, but I didn't dig in to see exactly what bank it is. But I told you guys these guys were way over leveraged on silver. I mean, J.P. Morgan is down 6 tons of silver that they don't have, that they're on the hook for, and that's them. So can you imagine some of the smaller banks? Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. A couple of things broke, and the evidence is what we saw. Right? This didn't happen because shit broke on silver. This happened to keep things from breaking further. Right? It's either manipulate the price of silver or end up having to bail out banks. Yeah, exactly. So, not the biggest single day drop, but still very impressive. The other 3 times that this has happened, this is why I'm telling you that I'm looking at silver a little bit different after today. And some people might not think that this was a big deal, but let me be the one to tell you that this was a big deal. So this is the cup and handle, right, that we played on silver. Right? This is the one that we've been looking at. If we look at our candle today on silver, if we go to the daily and look at the candle today on silver, it is up to the bottom. %, give or take. This is from the middle of our cup. Right? 12%. It's split up in days. Here we had maybe 13%. Right? And then here's the Hunts Brothers collapse. Where is it? $19.79. %28. And these two brothers took down the entire silver market. And it was only 28% the initial drop. So I'm looking at silver getting a lower high as gold makes a higher high. And I don't know if I expect this recovery to be quick. I don't want to react too quickly. I want to give it some time to play out, right? Because emotions are crazy right now in silver. But I would be surprised if we see the same angle of attack, right? We got to pay attention to the angles when it comes to this shit. It lets you know when things are getting too hot, right? So if you look at the trend angle from here to here, right? We were on a 7-degree slope. And then things heated up a little bit. We were on a 15-degree slope. And then things heated up again. We were on a 28-degree slope. Another 28-degree slope. But then things start going parabolic. 63-degree slope. 78-degree slope. Like, we're basically just straight up at this point. I will be looking to lighten my load on silver as we approach a lower high. I'm not moving, I'm not reacting, I'm already down crazy. My silver position is ugly right now. But that's the joys of trading physical, right? You don't get to get out of the way of these things in time.
Must be Clark Hunt selling off from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm.
So now he can build his own damn stadium. Leave us alone.
Yeah, it's all part of the game, Spike. You gotta take that shit on the hop and just charge it to the game.
You know, he's probably been holding his silver since like 50 cents.
Sweet dreams, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. The Telly, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you. W subs. My bad, I'm just scrolling up on what I missed on. Yes. Fight, fight. Oh shit, is it 5? I gotta go to sleep. I'm tripping. Wait to see if this invalidates and then I'll leave the chart set up for tonight. Gotta reset the stream real quick before bed too. Nah, hopefully those type 3 traders didn't take their trade or Type 2 traders are the ones that have to worry about their entries right here. Take it easy, bro. The second I go to sleep, this shit's gonna get spicy. Weekly candle close. One day, 14 hours. That's funny. Even in this squiggle that I drew when we were looking at this back in the day, you see how parabolic I expected this part of the market to be. I didn't even bother putting any retracements or anything. It was a straight line. That's what we didn't get. This choppy bullshit. I did this chart, I can't tell you how long ago. Same targets. Bear case, bull case. See, this one has the right tops on it. Right, bear case 125, base case 149, bull case 175, 177. You see where I have our 2026 bear market bottom at. 48 is what I was thinking recently. But at the time, this is when I was really into GAN squares and shit. Good thing. But that the same math got us the 22 bottom. Good chart. Come on, Bitcoin, work with me. Validate so I can a target. Doesn't seem possible, right?
Oh, we're thinking about that right now.
No, I'm just setting it up. This is a longer term chart.
It's like October.
Mm-hmm. October 5th. I had to draw a squiggle. Assuming that we drop from here and we don't go up. This drop being the most extreme. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That brings us across our tops. Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of the W because it looks crazy on the 15. I'm gonna leave the measured move. I'm gonna leave the invalidation. Right, so just remember, this is a W on the 1 minute, 5 minute time frame. What you're trying to avoid from happening. No, we haven't made a false move yet. We fell out of the trap. We haven't invalidated the shorts. There is no trap longs. This is a very messy weekend trap, y'all. For obvious reasons. Alright, good people. I hit my wall. It's time to go to sleep. I'm gonna reset the stream real quick. We'll be back in 1 minute. Y'all go refill your coffees. Take the trash out to the curb. Whatever it is you gotta do, we'll be right back.